Ha! Again. Today is the last day of my annual leave. So tomorrow it's back to square one. Today I'm going to do a little bit of stepping away from House Flipper and other things that I normally play, do something a little bit different. This is Tokyo Psycho-demic. I had to write the title of this stream in a different way to what the game actually is titled because apparently Psycho-demic is a swear word. I don't know. I'm about to find out. Maybe I'll learn something new today. So I don't know why YouTube is flagging psychodemic up as a swear word because psycho, it would let me stream with psycho, but the moment I put psycho and demic together as one word, it was apparently a swear word, and it's not a swear word. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So yeah. Anyway. And with that, Tokyo Psychodemic is, as far as I understand, last time I played the demo, a 2D interactive graphic novel type game, anime style, forensic investigation simulator, if you will. So we're going to enjoy a bit of that, be a bit of reading. This story is a work of fiction. There is no relation to any actual persons or organizations. All crimes in this world can be solved using scientific and logical analysis. What that means is up to you.
Tokyo Psycho-demic.
Tokyo. I don't know how much reading I'll need to do. I don't know if it's actually got like voiceovers. I want to say everything was in Japanese, and then dialogue control guide display after no input, always display after no input. Yeah, auto advanced text. We'll take that off for now. I'm not going to continue because I played the demo like 2 years ago, so I'm going to start a new game. Ooh. Dark web. Enter your name. Just put in Jane Doe. I'm not putting my real name on a stream. Yeah, we'll register Jane Doe. ID dealer. Okay.
You know that Jane Doe is actually a character on Forsaken?
2019.
上野動物園にジャイアントパンダの新しい飼育施設が
昨日午前3時頃東名高速道路上り線にて大型トレーラーの保健所で1医療機関あたり10人のインフルエンザ感染者を確認しました。東京都港区のマンションに住む女性から
And that of Wonder Woman. Large fire broke out at a pharmaceutical warehouse in Kiba in Tokyo, Kyoto Ward. It lasted for over an hour. A large crowd has gathered this New Year's Eve to count down to a death from the influenza virus has been confirmed. The influenza epidemic in Tokyo shows no signs of stopping. The influenza epidemic rages on as it claims more lives. 15 people have died from influenza.
The widespread outbreak of influenza in Japan continues. But is this actually influenza? Existing anti-influenza drugs are not as effective as hoped, and the mortality rate appears to be much higher than previous influenza outbreaks. Some analysts suggest that Japan's Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare may be hiding something.
It has. Ooh! I'm sorry. The government has declared a state of emergency and placed Tokyo on lockdown. The city of Tokyo has officially entered lockdown. We ask for your cooperation to prevent further infections. 3 years later. The world has changed.
2019年12月に東京都で発生した未知のウイルスによる新型感染症は
The new unknown virus outbreak that began in Tokyo in December
瞬く間に
2019
全国に広がり、致死率 40% というエボラ出血熱を上回る高い数字を示した。
quickly spread across the country with a fatality rate of 40%, even higher than that of Ebola hemorrhagic fever.
海外への出入国も制限され、特に感染者の多かった東京都へと続く幹線道路は封鎖された。
International travel was restricted, and as the area with the most cases, all major roads to Tokyo were sealed off.
つまり、ロックダウン、
The
首都封
capital
鎖である。
has been placed under total lockdown.
効果的な治療薬もないまま、感染は一般市民から医療従事者、警察官や自衛隊員にも広がり、
Without effective treatment, the virus spread from the general populace to healthcare workers, the police, self-defense force.
ついには国家中枢にも達した。
And finally, it reached the very heart of the
時
nation.
の内閣総理大臣と官房長官、厚生労働大臣など主要官僚が相次いで感染し、帰らぬ人となった。
Major government officials such as the then Prime Minister, Chief Cabinet Secretary, and the Minister of Health, Labour and Welfare became infected one after another and succumbed to the virus.
その頃には国内の死者数は20万人を超えていた。
By then, the country's death toll had exceeded
厳
200,000.
戒態勢の中、臨時政府が発足され、新たな内閣総理大臣には
A provisional government has hastily established during the state of high alert.
新型感染症への治療法を発見し、多くの重症者の命を救った元感染症の専門医だった人物が抜擢された。
And a former infectious disease specialist who discovered a cure for the new virus and saved many lives was appointed as the new prime minister.
新総理は次々と新型感染症への対策と経済対策を打ち出し、そのどれもが成果を上げた。
The new prime minister put many policies for controlling the spread of the virus and preserving the economy into effect, all of which were a great
感
success.
染者数は目に見えて減少していき、やがて猛威を振るった新型感染症は収束した。
The number of infections noticeably decreased, and eventually the pandemic that wrought havoc on the country came to an end.
しかし、
However,
世界は変わってしまった。
the world had still changed,
確実に、そしてひそやかに。
and those
その変化
changes,
は
struggling
私
just
たちの
beneath the
目の前へと
surface,
現れようとしていた。
were threatening to burst out. Shinjuku, Tokyo, Suncore Pharmaceuticals, underground parking lot. 7 a.m.
よう、お疲れさん。
Hard work, I see.
モトラ警部補、ご苦労様です。
Oh, Inspector Motoro-san.
ご苦労様です。
これはひでえな。
That's one hell of a stink.
すごい匂いですね。肉の焼けた匂いだけじゃなく、何ですかこの匂い。
Sure is a strong smell, but it's not just the burning flesh. There's something else too.
枯れ草のような、使い古しの油のような匂いが充満していて、飽きそうですよ。
Kind of smells like dry grass or old oil. It's so strong I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
おい、清原。仏さんの前で不謹慎だろ。
Whoa, Kiyohara, don't do that in front of the victim.
すいません。
まあ、正確には仏さんの一部。
Or should I say, what's left of the victim? But still.
どうやったら人間がこんな風に燃えるんですかね。
How can a person even burn up like this?
さあな。
Who knows?
ここには型は古いが、テープ記録式の防犯カメラがついていたようだ。
This underground parking lot is pretty old, but there should still be some security cameras that record on
何か
videotapes.
事件の手がかりが映っているといいが、まあ、期待はできねえけど。
It'd be nice if they caught something, but I won't hold my breath.
そういえば、この参考製薬って新型感染症の時に治療薬を開発していた製薬会社ですよね。
Alright, didn't Suncore Pharmaceuticals develop the cure for the
確
pandemic?
か系列病院の医師が今の
And I think the doctor from one of their hospitals is...
ちょっとどうして
Excuse me, coming through.
どういて
Move!
なるほどね
Well,
ずいぶんと綺麗
I
に燃え
see he
た
burnt up quite nicely.
あたりにガソリン臭はなしこれだけ燃えているのに椅子や地面は少し焦げただけ
I don't smell gasoline, and despite how severely he was burned, the ground and chairs nearby are only slightly charred.
興味深いわ
How interesting.
ちょっと君一体誰だ
Hey, who are...
普段の人間が何の用だ。
What business does someone from the agency have here?
普段
What agency?
法務省公安調査庁の木島ローレンスゆいかよよろしく
Yuika Lawrence Kijima, from the Public Security Intelligence Agency under the Ministry of Justice.
公安調査庁
Public Security Intelligence Agency?
警視庁公安部から法務省に移動した人間がなんでここにいるのか、その理由を教えてほしいね。
I'd like to know why someone who left the Metropolitan Police to join the Ministry of Justice would be here of all places.
気になる事件があれば現場に顔を出すのは当然じゃない
Isn't it natural to visit the scene for cases of interest?
見ての通り、ただの焼死事件だ。お前さん方が調査する反社やテロ組織とは関係ねえよ。
As you can see, it's only a case of immolation. You won't find any of your terrorist or organized crime groups here.
それとも、俺たち警察に秘密で。
Or are you investigating the police in secret?
5年前に起きた事件の首謀者とその関係者が警察内部にまで入り込んでいた話は俺も知っている。
I'm aware that the mastermind behind that incident 5 years ago had contacts in the police
それによっ
department.
て警察組織の信頼が揺らぎ、上層部から末端に至るまでマスコミに叩かれたこともな。
Same with how that harmed trust in the police and all the demotions that happened due to public backlash.
それって確か伊能なんとかっていうカルト集団がテロを企てていたっていう
Oh, I heard that some psychic cult was planning a terrorist attack or...
確かに昨日まで仲間だと思っていた奴が実は反社会的なカルトの信者でしたってのは笑えねえ話だ。
It's certainly no laughing matter when your trusted colleagues turn out to be believers in some criminal cult.
だがそれはお前さんたち公安だって同じだろう。公安内部に信者がいたって噂もある。
But you know, the ministry's no different, don't you? I hear rumors that they've got believers in there too.
俺が言いたいのは誰を信じたらいいのかわからねえからこそお互い疑ってたらキリがねえって話だ。
What I'm trying to say is that if we don't know who we can trust, we'll never stop doubting each
第
other.
一発見者は誰
Who found the victim?
なんでそんなことをあなたに教えないといけ
How's that any of
教えて
your...
やれ。
Just tell her.
第一発見者は清掃員の首藤有夫68歳
It was the janitor, Ario Shuto, age
いつ
68.
も通り今日も朝6時に清掃のため参考製薬ビルに到着
He arrived at the Suncore building at 6 a.m. for work as usual and started
ゴ
cleaning.
ミ捨て場がある地下に向かう階段の途中で異臭と煙に気づき 降りた先で焼死体を発見。
While heading downstairs to throw out garbage, he noticed smoke and a strange smell. Then he found the body.
焼死体といっても、首藤が発見した時にはすでに足だけしか残っていなかったそうです。
Though we say body, but by the time Mr. Shuto found the victim, only his feet were left.
まるで SH ね。
Sounds like a case of SHC.
SH... なんだって？
SH what?
1951年7月
Spontaneous human combustion.
アメリカ・フロリダ州セントピータースバーグのマンション。
One evening in July 1951 in the town of St. Petersburg, Florida in the United
そ
States.
の日、メアリー・リーサーという67歳の女性を息子のリチャード・リーサーが訪問した。
Richard Reeser went to visit his 67-year-old mother, Mary
いつも
Reeser.
と変わらぬ読書好きな母の姿を見られると思った息子だったが、そこで信じられない光景を目撃する。
He thought he would see his mother reading the books she liked as usual, but was instead greeted by an unbelievable sight.
母親はスリッパを履いた片足と骨の一部だけを残して体が跡形もなく失われ死んでいたのだ。
All that was left of her was one foot still wearing a slipper and a few other bones. There were hardly any traces of her left.
死因は高温で焼かれたことによる焼死。
The cause of death
火葬場の温度である1200度以上の炎で焼か
was
れ
being burned at a temperature higher than 1,200 degrees Celsius, which is above even that of crematoriums.
奇妙なのは、それだけの高温で焼かれていながら、遺体のあった建物は延焼
What's
してい
odd
なかったことだ。
was that a fire that hot didn't spread through the building where the body was found.
それ以降も同じような事件が世界各地で目撃された。
Since then, similar incidents have been observed throughout the world.
1964年11月、アメリカ・ペンシルベニア州。1986年3月、アメリカ・ニューヨーク州。
November 1964, Pennsylvania. March 1986, New York.
1988年1月、イギリス南部サウサンプトンなど、今日までに報告は200件を超えるとも言われている。
January 1988, Southampton, England. It said that there have been over 200 cases to date.
いずれの報告でも似ているのは、出火原因が不明、被害者の体だけが燃えている。
In each of these cases, the source of the fire was unknown. Only the victim's body was burned.
体は骨が灰になるまで焼けているが、足も残るケースが多いという点。
And that often only the feet were left, while the rest of the body was reduced to ashes.
真相が判明しないまま、やがて人々はそれらの事件をこう呼ぶようになった。
And since the truth was never made clear, these kinds of cases earned themselves a name.
SHC Spontaneous Human Combustion 人体自然発火現象。
A phenomenon where the human body spontaneously catches fire.
それってたたりとか呪いとかオカルトの類の話ですか？
Is that some kind of curse or occult thing?
いいえ、
No.
少なくとも私はそうは思ってないわ。
At least I don't think so.
目の前の事件が我々の知る常識では考えられない事件だとしても、
Even if we can't make sense of this case, with the knowledge we have,
その裏には必ず理由があり、生きている何者かの意志や力が働いている。私はそう思っているわ。
there has to be a reason behind it. A living, breathing person had to have caused it. That's what I believe.
たとえそれが超常的な現象だとしても。
Even if it is due to something paranormal.
なるほど。まだお前さんは追っているってわけか。
I see. So you're still chasing after them.
追っているって何をです？
Chasing after what?
俺も噂でしか聞いたことはねえが、異能教団ってカルトがやろうとしていたことは。
I've only heard rumors, but apparently some psychic cult had
誘拐した人間を
been
実験台にして
kidnapping people.
異能力者を作り出し、それで社会を支配するって計画だったそうじゃねえか。
and experimenting on them to draw out their psychic powers in a plot to take over society.
異能力者の真偽はともかく、教団に実験台にされて殺された人間も出ている。
I don't know if the part about psychic powers is true, but it got out that people had died due to their experiments.
教団は解体されたが、奴らが行っていた実験や異能力者に関する真実は闇に葬られたままだ。
The cult was disbanded, but the truth about their experiments and the existence of psychics is still a mystery.
お前さん、教団の実験は成功したと思ってんのか？
Do you think the cult experiments were successful?
ちょっと、それ本気で言ってるんですか？異能力者なんてそんな高等無形な。
Wait, are you seriously asking that? There's no way something as ridiculous as psychics would.
バカ野郎！俺たちが今まで見てきた事件の中で高等無形じゃねえ事件があったか？
Idiot, have you ever worked on a single case that hasn't been ridiculous?
それに犯罪っていうのは常識じゃ測れねえからこそ犯罪なんだよ。
Besides, crimes are crimes specifically because they're abnormal.
不可解な事件に首を突っ込みたがるのは私の性分。それ以外に理由はないわ。
Looking into unsolvable cases is what I live for. There's no other reason.
捜査の邪魔をしたわね。
Sorry for stepping on your toes.
木島、あまり無茶すんじゃねえぞ。お前さん一人で真実を追う必要はねえんだからよ。
Don't push yourself too hard. You don't have to pursue the truth on your own.
分かってるわ。
I know.
一つ勘違いをしているよね。
But you did get one thing wrong.
真実を追うのは私じゃないわ。私たち。
It's not just me who's chasing the truth. We all are. And the game starts. Shinjuku, Tokyo. Shinjuku Central Park, 5 p.m.
どうだった？
How did it go?
5日後に捜査本部は解散になる。
The investigation was closed 5 days later.
遺族やマスコミへは引き続き捜査を継続しますと答えるだろうが、実際は捜査を打ち切るだろう。
They told the news and victims' family that they'd continue to investigate, but the case was actually thrown out.
証拠品や調書なども処分される。
They're getting rid of the evidence and reports.
どうやら政府関係者からの圧力があったらしい。
Apparently, it's due to pressure from some government
異
officials.
能教団の事件があって以来、文書や証拠品などの保管には政府も警察も慎重になっている。
And the government and police have been more cautious about storing files and evidence ever since the psychic's cult case.
どこで足をすくわれるかわからないからな。怪しいものは手元に置かないに限るという。
They don't know if someone might try tampering with them, so all they can do is not hold on to them.
黒塗りの文書を保管するぐらいなら破棄してしまった方がいいというわけね。
You mean they think destroying them is better than keeping redacted documents?
そういうことだ。
That's about right.
ただ、それだけが理由ではないだろう。
But I doubt that's the only reason.
誰かの意図が働いているってこと？まさか私たちのことに気づいて。
You think someone's behind this? It couldn't be that they're onto us.
私たちが裏で調査していることは誰も知らないはずだ。
Nobody should know that we're working behind the
緊
scenes.
急の時以外は事件資料の受け渡しも運びを使って君たちとは直接会うことを避けている。
We only ever meet during emergencies, and we use couriers to deliver the case files.
それだけじゃなくネットでのやり取りも足がつかないように偽名を使っているんだ。
Plus, we use code names to hide our identities while communicating
誰
online.
かが私たちの調査を妨害するために文書を処分するとは考えすら。
It's hard to believe that someone would destroy documents just to interfere with our investigation.
別の理由があると考えた方がいいな。
I think there has to be another reason.
例えば事件を早く闇に葬りたいとか。
You mean that maybe someone wants this case buried as soon as possible?
そういうことだ。
Got it.
だとしたらなおさら私たちの手で事件を調査してみる必要がありそうね。
All the more reason for why we need to investigate this case ourselves. Mm-mm.
事件の検視調書だ。
Here's the autopsy report.
両足首から上が消失。1000度以上の火で焼かれた。
He was burned at over 1,000 degrees Celsius with only the feet left
こ
behind.
の目で事件現場を見たが、足首から上が消失し、骨も残っていなかった。
I saw the crime scene with my own eyes. Everything above the ankles was burned to ash, even the bones.
これだけの高温で燃えたにもかかわらず、ビルは延焼していない。
And despite the high temperature, the fire didn't spread to the rest of the building.
普通の焼死事件じゃないわね。
Doesn't sound like an ordinary case. Exactly.
他の物証は？
Any other physical
ビル
evidence?
の防犯カメラ映像と焼死した被害者の遺留品、関係者の供述調書だな。
There's footage from the building's security cameras, the victims' belongings, and testimonies from those involved.
防犯カメラの映像に何か映ってるかもしれないわね。
There might be something in the security camera
事件に
footage.
関する他の資料はいつもの方法で送り届ける。
I'll send the files to you with the usual method.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
それじゃあ事務所に戻るわ。相棒が待っているから。
I'm heading back to the office. My partner is
元
waiting.
気なのか？
How are they doing?
今でも事件の夢を見るみたい。
Probably still seeing that incident in their dreams.
そうか。
I see.
異能教団の事件によって私たちは様々なものを失った。
We lost so much in the psychic's cult case.
秋葉、君は
For you,
弟を失った。
it was your little brother.
岩井探偵事務所は解体され、所長の岩井検事は刑務所に収監された。
The Iwai Detective Agency was disbanded, and its president, Kenji Iwai, was put in prison.
警察という組織を信じられなくなった私は
I lost faith in the
公安を辞め
police
今や法務省の人
and
間
quit the
だ。
bureau. Now I work for the Ministry of Justice.
私たちがこれだけの傷を負っている
And
の
after
は
all we've been through,
異能教団の教祖だった山野井の行
we
方
still
は
haven't caught the founder of the psychic's cult, Yamanoi.
まるで悪い夢を見ているよう
Like we're in a nightmare.
不可解な未解決事件を調査していけば必ず山の井にたどり着く。
If we investigate bizarre, unsolved cases, they'll lead us to Yamanoi.
私はそう思っているわ。
I'm sure of it.
だ。そうだな。 私もそう信じている。
I am too.
事件について何か分かったら教えてくれ。警察にももう少しだけ働いてもらわないとな。
Let me know if you figure anything out about the case. I gotta make the police work a little harder.
分かったわ。
I will.
岩井やめろ。山野井には法の裁きを受けさせるんだ。
The world was so close to purification, so close to rebirth through the evolution of mankind. What the hell have you done? Tomono, you have talent as a detective, but you're too much of a straight shooter. Your sense of justice will cause you to hesitate when faced with tough decisions. Welcome to the EY Detective Agency. My name is Tomona. Sorry, I read over them because there's no option to wait for them to finish dialogue. I take it this is my character then? What a dump. There's a kitty cat! Somewhere in Shinjuku, Tokyo, 10 p.m. Are you alright? I can hear you making noises from outside. You look like you had a nightmare. Did you dream you were being chased or something? Only a few people should know that we're hiding out here. It's been almost 4 years since we started investigating unsolved cases. These unsolved cases must have some clues that will lead us to the people we're after. Until we uncover them, we'll never give up the fight. Eh? Looks like the case files I requested have arrived. Right on time. Information brokers sure are good at their jobs. Evidence for cases will be delivered to the door. You can also go outside once you meet certain conditions. Delivery! 257J. Investigation materials package obtained. Victim information package obtained. Maps of the crime scene and surrounding areas obtained. Set of crime scene photos and article about the pharmaceutical company obtained. Crime scene footage, security footage obtained. Testimonies from victims' colleagues and acquaintances obtained. Newspaper articles of the incident obtained. We've received this from Yuika. Victim's autopsy report obtained. Burnt corpse found in the building's garbage dump. Male employee of a Tokyo pharmaceutical company. Incident occurred 30 minutes after leaving work. Victim identified. Body severely damaged. Death of pharmaceutical company employee by immolation. Murder and suicide both possible. Evidence of being burned at over 1,000 degrees Celsius. Spontaneous human combustion. Experts are baffled. Case 1. Spontaneous human combustion. Okay. Let's start by checking the photos and files for this case. We can pin things to the evidence board to get the full picture. Evidence and other information for cases is displayed on the evidence board. Any connection found will be shown with a thread. Selecting any piece of evidence will zoom in on it. Also, by selecting an item with a blue sticky note, relevant documents can be viewed. There may be blank photos with a question mark written on it on the evidence board. You can pin any evidence you like here. Evidence you post may progress your investigation or lead you further from the truth. Be sure to use the evidence board to get a good grasp of the case as you continue your investigation. Okay. This case involves the burned remains of a pharmaceutical company employee found in his office's basement. The aforementioned company and scene of the crime is called Suncore Pharmaceuticals. Its history can be traced back to the Meiji era. The company appears to have experienced growth through a diversified management in hospitals and health insurance in addition to drug development. The victim's name is Mr. Giichi Kuraki, 45 years old. He belonged to the Drugs Administration Department of Sanko Pharmaceuticals. On the day of the incident, his colleagues testified that he came to the office and worked as usual. A janitor who went to throw out garbage in the basement noticed the smell of burning meat. When he looked around, he found the victim who had been burned to ashes, leaving only his feet. There must have been a lot of smoke, but it says that the fire alarm and sprinklers were both broken at the time of the incident. As for how the remains could be identified as Mr. Kuraki, a wallet containing his employee ID card was found at the scene, and the DNA of the feet matched that of the victim. According to the autopsy report, the basement did rise in temperature during the incident, but the only possible source of fire would have been the victim's lighter. That shouldn't have been enough to burn his body to nothing. The police also took testimonies from his colleagues and acquaintances. Let's check them later. This map shows the area around the Sanko Pharmaceutical building. The scene of the crime, we can reference it while tracking the victim's movements for that day. Yuika said that the police are going to classify this case as an accident. But was it really an accident? Or could there have been something else at play? If Yuika wants us to work on this case, she must have sensed that something was off about it. We'll investigate this case and get to the bottom of it ourselves. First, we'll figure out what caused the victim to be burned so badly. What could have been the source of the fire? Let's check the security footage from around the time of the incident and the photos of the scene taken by forensics. Perhaps they'll show us something that could have caused the fire. The PC and equipment used for investigations will be at the desk. Choose the right tool for the job to make headway in the case. This is equipment for analyzing the images and videos we've obtained. Let's start with the security camera footage from the time of the incident. Put the tape labeled Sanko Pharmaceutical Building B2 security camera into the video deck to watch it. You can analyze video evidence using specialized equipment. You can pause, play, rewind, and fast forward the footage. The rewind and fast forward speeds can also be adjusted in increments. Rewind, fast forward. There are two displays, D1 left and D2 right, so you can view a different video on each one. If you want to get a closer look at a piece of media, you can switch one display to full screen mode, which is square. The specialized equipment scans the video automatically and detects faces via AI. Detected faces will be framed in red, and if facial features like the eyes can be accurately distinguished, the frame will change from red to green. Switch to screenshot mode and hover your cursor over the detected target to make the red frame appear. If the target is cut off from the screen or is too small to be detected, adjust the view by zooming in or panning until the frame appears. When the red frame turns green, you can take a picture and save it in the screenshot folder. Once a video or image is opened, it will be scanned automatically and the built-in AI will detect faces and objects. However, it won't be able to detect things that are too far away or hard to make out. This footage only shows the victim though, so I don't think we need to worry about that. Anyway, let's just play it. I got a trophy. I don't think I can do anything specific at the moment. So we'll just play it through and then. So this was at 8:15 in the evening. I wonder where he went. According to the blueprints, that's. Don't know. That's away to some place. He's not coming back. Oh, no, there he is. He's back. Hang on, did he have a bag with him? I see him moving behind that pillar, but what's he doing? Like he's smoking. Smoke? Is something burning? Could that be? That much smoke should have set off the sprinklers. But the autopsy report says both they and the fire alarm were broken at the time. He didn't run either. Or try and put himself out. So I'm just gonna fast forward a bit. This is just a burning. We can't tell what happened because the security camera didn't catch the most crucial moment. Let's try checking the photos of the crime scene next. The photos we received have been scanned and saved to the PC. If we check them with our analysis equipment, we might be able to find some clues. You can analyze photo evidence using specialized equipment. Just like for the video analysis, the specialized equipment scans the image automatically and AI technology detects possible targets. However, the cursor over the detected target to make the red frame appear. Hover the cursor. However, if the target is cut off from the screen or is too small to be detected, adjust the view by zooming in or panning until the frame appears. When the red frame turns green, you can take a picture and save it in the screenshot folder. Zoom in, zoom out. There are two displays. Use a different image on each one if you want to get a closer look at each. Okay. AI analyzing. Just like with the videos, the AI can detect targets that it recognizes. But be aware that it won't work if the photo is blurry or when the subject's shape is indistinct or not fully visible. If something catches your eye, zoom in on it and take a screenshot. Alright, let's start examining the crime scene photos. Okay, so let's start with the first one. About screenshot capacity, you can take a maximum of 50 screenshots per case. Your older screenshots will be deleted if you exceed 50. However, screenshots posted to the evidence board will not be deleted. Photos posted on the evidence board will be pinned in the photos folder. Additionally, all screenshots will be deleted when you move to the next case. However, photos posted to the evidence board will be saved internally. The images you take will be saved to the screenshots folder on your PC. You can print them out for the evidence board to help you see any connections there may be to the case. You can also show them to any colleagues with specialized knowledge to get new information or advice. Anyway, let's see what our colleagues have to say about these images. You can view images, documents, and other data related to a case and sort it into folders, as well as access the secret site on the dark web. The dark web is like a secret hideout on the internet, only accessible to you and the colleagues who are helping you with the investigation. When there's a thread on the dark web, you can obtain info from your colleagues or upload data that can be discussed with them. If you click the icon at the top left of the screen, you'll be automatically logged into our website. Oh, look at the kitty cat. Dark pit. What was the source of the fire? Click here to submit an image of what you think caused the fire. This is the dark pit, our own hidden corner of the internet. Everyone on the site has the same goal that we do. They'll help us find the truth behind these cases using their specialized knowledge and skills. Just in case, you should never reveal your identity when using the dark pit. We decided to use code names with each other, remember? The creator of the image analysis program and the dark pit is the mechanic. The bartender is knowledgeable about medicine and pharmaceuticals. Odd specializes in the occult. You're the dealer, and I'm the manager. Oh yes, and there's one more. The middleman who provides us with the police's case files and delivers our findings to investigators. Junket. If we all put our heads together, I'm sure we can solve these cases. Just know it. Alright, let's put the picture you just took on the bulletin board and ask everyone if it looks like the source of the fire. Click here to submit what you think caused the fire. Cigarettes. Bartender. You want to know if cigarettes can cause a fire? Hospitals cooperate with the Fire and Disaster Management Agency when treating burn victims. I'll send you more information. Give it a look. Fire notice. You sent us a fire notice. Let's take a look. Sounds like cigarettes can often cause fires. Beware of fires. Case 1. I'll make some food now, okay, baby? Fell asleep while smoking due to consuming alcohol. Blanket caught fire while asleep. Cigarette ash fell on the sofa, causing a fire to spread while asleep. Cigarettes that can reach temperatures of 700 to 1,000 degrees Celsius during smoking. Though tiny, if its embers fall onto cotton or other flammable material, they can continue to burn without causing a flame, and can lead to loss of consciousness from carbon monoxide poisoning, suffocation, or immolation. Don't smoke in bed. Fill ashtrays with water. Don't smoke near flammable objects. We'll put that on the evidence board as our hypothesis. But that still leaves the question of how the victim's body could have been burned this badly. There has to be a reason behind this. What caused the high temperatures needed to burn away the body? To the bulletin board. Explaining how the body got like that is certainly within the scope of medical science. If a human body is burned at 1,000 degrees Celsius, everything but the bones will be consumed in about an hour. The fire would need to reach a temperature of 1,500 to 1,600 degrees Celsius for the bones to burn as well. So if a person's clothes catch fire, can the flames naturally reach that high of a temperature? That's a pretty high temperature. Normal fire simply wouldn't get that hot. I'll send you more information on cremation. Even during cremation, it doesn't get so hot that the bones burn away completely. Combustion of the human body occurs at temperatures above 500 degrees Celsius. Modern cremation furnaces most operate at temperatures above 800 degrees Celsius. This is to prevent the production of dioxin, a toxic substance. The latest cremation furnaces can raise the temperature from 800 degrees Celsius to as high as 1,200 degrees Celsius. But higher temperatures are not necessarily better. At temperatures above 1,500 degrees Celsius, bones are burned away, leaving no remains. In the past, cremators relied on the color temperature of the flames to determine how hot and for how long the cremation should be performed based on their experience and intuition. Can you think of any other possible reasons why his bones burned away? Color temperature is a phenomenon in which the color of a flame changes according to its temperature. Red has the lowest color temperature at approximately 1,000 to 1,500 degrees Celsius. After red is yellow with a temperature of approximately 5,500 to 6,500 degrees Celsius. Next is white at roughly 7,500 8,500 degrees Celsius. Finally, blue has the highest temperature of over 10,000 degrees Celsius. Spontaneous human combustion cases have been recorded for hundreds of years. Some baselessly attribute the occurrences to spiritual entities, but it's not like those rumors spread without any precedent to support them. I'll send you more information on spontaneous human combustion. I hope this will help. The lack of a definitive cause has resulted in numerous unresolved cases. There have been several reported cases of people being found burned to ashes with some body parts left behind. Most of these cases were found indoors, and although even the bones of the victims were burned to ashes, the fire did not spread to the surrounding building. As there was often no source of external ignition found near the body burned, many researchers are investigating these as potential cases of spontaneous human combustion due to the fact that these bodies seemingly ignited from within. However, no definitive conclusion has been reached. On July evening in 1951, Richard Reeser went to visit his 67-year-old mother, Mary Reeser, in her apartment in St. Petersburg, Florida, USA. He thought he would see his mother reading the books she liked as usual, but was instead greeted by an unbelievable sight. His mother was dead, her body gone without a trace, leaving only one foot in a slipper and some bones. You really need a significantly high temperature to burn away bones. How would that be possible? Something must have caused the temperature to get that high. Let's check the crime scene photos for anything like that. Which photo do you want to start with? No. So 7 and 8 are shoes altogether. I'm just a doctor, but I don't think a plastic bottle would spontaneously combust. According to the autopsy report, the plastic bottle contained alcohol. See, very interesting. Is it possible that the alcohol was the source of the fire? Chemicals are both in autoignition temperature and a flash point. Spontaneous combustion is related to autoignition temperature. Even at high concentrations, alcohol only combusts at around 420 degrees Celsius. However, its flash point is low, so if in close proximity to fire, it ignites at about 13 degrees Celsius. A plastic bottle containing alcohol was found near the victim. Might not be the source of the fire, but it might be related to why he burned to death. What about the white container? The label on the bottle says ethanol. Most people know that ethanol is a type of alcohol. Alcohol? Ethanol is produced when fermenting alcoholic beverages, so they contain some of it as well. Alcohol is flammable, correct? Yes, chemicals have both an autoignition temperature and a flash point. Spontaneous combustion is related to autoignition temperature. Even at high concentrations, alcohol only combusts at around 420 degrees Celsius. However, its flash point is low. We've read that part already. I read the autopsy report, but it sounds like they didn't look into the white bottle. It was found further away from the remains, so they may have thought it wasn't related. Okay, doesn't look right. Let's erase this and start over. Okay, not relevant. What about the chair? Okay, fine. About the cigarette bin. Lit cigarettes normally reach temperatures of about 700 to 800 degrees Celsius, but even if they weren't properly extinguished, that wouldn't be hot enough to completely burn away a human body. And also, why were his shoes not? Maybe possible the gas inside was ignited, but there's no evidence of that, so I doubt that's what happened. Plastic bottle, cigarette bin, bucket. Is there anything in the bucket? No. Okay. Why was the temperature high enough to burn away even the victim's bones? Could the crime scene photos and security footage have any clues? We should look at the photos of the scene and the victim's belongings for anything suspicious. Lit cigarettes can come to 1,000 degrees while being smoked. However, I wouldn't say that's enough to completely burn away a body. Hmm. Hmm. Fuck. Okay.
ねえねえHmm. Autopsy report. On September the 5th, 2023, under the direction of Tokyo District Public Prosecutor Kuri Maguro, I performed an autopsy on the patient who was suspected of dying of unnatural death. The details are as follows. Representative, name, age, occupation, residence. Nina Kuraki, 40 years old, office worker, Tokyo. Deceased. Name, age, occupation, residence, if known, unknown, description, estimated age, characteristics, clothing. Giichi Kuraki, 45 years old, office worker, Tokyo. Date of death, 4th September 2023. Location, Sunko Pharmaceutical Building, Basement 2. Body was completely burned away above the ankle. Cigarettes, lighter, plastic bottle, shoes, wallet. Body was likely burned at a temperature of 1,000 degrees Celsius or higher. The fire alarm and sprinklers on the ceiling at the scene were faulty and did not activate, allowing the burning to continue uninterrupted. The source of the fire may have been a lighter in the victim's possession. However, there was no evidence on the lighter itself to suggest it was the cause.
Traces of alcohol were detected in a plastic bottle found near the deceased. Full-time employee at some date of birth 30th 1984. Above individual voluntarily made the following statement at the Sanka Pharmaceutical Building on September 7, 2023. Relationship to the deceased, senior employee under the same department. Recent behavior seemed to be more stressed than usual due to having multiple large projects. However, he would never get angry, which I found to be truly impressive. He was a mild-mannered type, but he did get angry at me once for accidentally taking his water bottle. I didn't even drink from it. Your actions on the day of the incident. My train was late, so I arrived at the office at 10 a.m. and left at 8 p.m. The company should have that on record. After I returned home, I called my girlfriend at around 10 p.m. You can check my call history for proof. End of statement. They want me to look at belongings. Oh, there's more stuff. I need to go and make some coffee, I think. What's wrong?
What?
Hmm?
What?
What's wrong? Huh? Food, you're hungry. Okay, be right back, guys. Hey guys, I'm back. I'm just trying to figure out exactly. Oh. I can't look at other videos. Won't let me look at other videos. Let's see. Probably gonna be irrelevant. His shoes? No. Um. What does his statement say? The above individual voluntarily made the following statement. Relationship to the deceased? I work for a company as a janitor. I didn't know him. How did you discover the body? I was going down to the basement to throw out some garbage when I noticed the smell of burning meat. It was hotter than usual down there, and was full of smoke. I didn't expect to find a body in such a state. I arrived at Sanko Pharmaceuticals around 6 a.m. and began cleaning. I found the body shortly after 6:10 a.m. What's wrong, Beth? That'd be too bad. And immediately notified the police. Afterwards, I cooperated with questioning. End of statement. Shoji Motoko. Right, so she is another colleague. We belong to different departments but often work on the same projects. He should have been very busy due to all the projects he had taken on, but he was always cheerful, though he did often smell of alcohol during work hours.
However, I've never seen him drinking in the office. Your actions on the day of the incident. I came to work at 9 a.m., left at 6 p.m., went shopping and returned home at 8 p.m. My daughter can testify to the time I arrived home. Mayari. Real name? Yeah. Relationship to the deceased, he was a regular of mine. Mr. Karaki. A hostess maybe? Sorry, I'm just having a bite to eat. Mr. Karaki would come see me about 4 to 5 times a month. He would often order expensive liquor and would even give me presents on special occasions. He said that he bought me a handbag for my anniversary and was going to bring it tomorrow. I can't believe he would die the day after he called me. Your actions on the day? I went to Odaiba with the son of the local university hospital director that day. I didn't see Mr. Karaki. The director's son can testify to my whereabouts. There's another colleague from a different department. Last bite. So, since I work in the General Affairs Department, I know when all our employees arrive and leave the office. Mr. Kodaki was part of the Drug Administration Department and I believe his attendance was quite good, but he often took half days for hospital visits. The details should be in the company's health insurance record, but I cannot disclose that even to the police, as it is private information. Where were you on the day of the incident? Went to work at 9 a.m., left at 6 p.m. At 7 p.m. I had a girls' night out with an old friend of mine from school. My friend can testify to my whereabouts. So he had an alcohol problem. That is for sure. So I'm going to put here. Assuming that caused the high temperature, why was it at the scene in the first place? Did someone bring it in? And if so, who? Oh, wasn't the victim carrying a bag or something when he came down? Did he bring it himself? I remember the case files that the waiter delivered to us. Should include a videotape labeled Suncor Pharmaceuticals Building's front entrance security camera. Let's see if the victim is on it. Right. Excuse me. Looks like the victim went out right before the incident, so let's take a look. I want full screen. Can't I go full screen? Alright, fine.
That's not him, is it? Mm-mm. Can't see his face, but by that stretch it looks like it could be our victim. He left the building and headed to the right. Footage from the underground must have been after the victim returned from this outing. Let's check the other security tape too. It might show him coming back. He didn't have anything when he left, but now he's carrying some kind of bag in his right hand. It took the victim about 15 minutes to return. If you walked at a consistent speed, that's 7 to 8 minutes each way. Maybe if we figure out where he went during that time, we can find out where he got that bag and what's in it. Looks like you've run into a problem. In our current surveillance society, there are tons of security cameras installed around town. Parking lots, shops, private property, you name it. You can narrow down which ones to check if you know what you're looking for. Of course, we can't hack any that aren't connected to a network. But that also means that as long as it is on a network, we can hack it. Just call it one of my special skills. You want to know where the victim went, right? In that case, if we get the footage of the fork and each possible route, we can probably figure out which way he went. The victim left the office and headed to the right. It doesn't look like he went back right away, so he must have turned down some street. Anyway, from point A on the map, the victim should have taken one of two routes. There is one security camera next to point A. Looks like it has footage of the victim. I'll hack into it and send you the data. Might be difficult to find one person in the security footage of a crowded street. Try using compare if you want to confirm whether the person in the video is who you're looking for. If you have the equipment, scan a photo of the face of the person you want to use compare on. The AI will vectorize the characteristics of that person's eyes, nose, and mouth. It can then compare the vectorized face data with any face it detects in a video and give you a match rate. The higher the rate, the more likely it is that they are the same person. Alright, let's check the security footage and retrace the victim's movements. Isn't that person wearing a suit the victim? Let's keep watching for a bit. Someone who looked like the victim turned left. Let's check if it's him. Start by selecting the face of the person in the video. Let's switch to screenshot mode. Once you're in screenshot mode, roll your cursor over the person's face, just like you did with the image analysis earlier. You can compare elements found by the AI in video or photos. When a target is found on both monitors, you can compare the image on each of them for a match. You can take screenshots of photos as usual or use screenshot mode for videos to capture images for comparison. Press R1 when a target has been found on both displays. I don't know if they're getting it from a side profile, but okay. That's a high match rate. It's safe to assume that's the victim. Let's look into the next area, assuming he went left there. Okay. Looks like the victim turned left from point A. The road splits at point B. If we follow the footage from the security camera near point B, we should be able to figure out where the victim went. There are 2 security cameras near point B. There should be footage of the victim on one or both of those cameras. I'll hack them now and send you the videos. Take a look. You see someone who looks like him, use compare to confirm like we did earlier. I can't really detect the face of anyone wearing a mask though. Thankfully the victim wasn't wearing one, but keep that in mind when detecting targets. I'm quite confident that's not him. He wasn't carrying a bag. Nope.
見て。
Isn't that the victim? That's the victim. He went this way. Looks like the victim turned right from point B. The road splits into 3 at point C. If we follow the footage from the nearby security cameras, we should be able to figure out where the victim went. There are 2 security cameras near point C. There should be footage of the victim on one or both of these cameras. I'll hack them now and send you the videos. Take a look. Look at that one first. Still don't know which way the victim. Let's watch the footage carefully and figure it out. The victim headed to the right. Maybe this footage will show the victim. Let's check. I don't think he came back down here.
don't see the victim. Looks like the victim turned right from point C, but he's not on the security footage from the camera that's down that road. Considering when the victim returned to the office, perhaps his destination was near point D. Hopefully the security camera near point D have footage of the victim. Fortunately, there aren't any security cameras that I can check on that road. But there are some stores with cameras that there are some stores with cameras that way, so I'll send you the footage from those. Okay, KC Mart security camera, Klein Pharmacy, and coffee shop. I'm going to start with I'm going to check the pharmacy. The victim came into the store. He's holding a white bottle. I can't read the label, but let's use compare to see if there's anything like this bottle at the crime scene. Take a screenshot of the bottle. Did any of the crime scene photos show a bottle like this one? Let's check. Put something you think that is a match to the victim's bottle on the screen for comparison. Be right back.
I didn't realize.
Here's someone's fire alarm going off. Here's someone's fire alarm going off.
Could be.
An ear out for lots of fires going on lately. That's a high match rate. I think it's safe to say they're the same thing. So the bottle at the crime scene was probably the same one that the victim bought. I think I've heard a little bit about ethanol, but we need more information.
はい。
You still have questions about the ethanol? We want to know more detailed information about ethanol. Ethanol is also known as ethyl alcohol. Its chemical formula is C2H6O, volatile, colorless, and transparent liquid. It qualifies as a hazardous material under the Fire Service Act and ignites at about 13 degrees Celsius, with the flames reaching about 1,700 degrees Celsius. I should have an article about ethanol. I'll send it to you. Ethanol is a clear, colorless, water-soluble substance that was traditionally used as an anesthetic. However, the alarms stop. Such uses have declined with the development of safer, more effective alternatives. Currently, it is used as a solvent in the production of medicines, cosmetics, and skincare products. Since it is effective as a cleaner, antibacterial agent, and preservative, it is used as a common ingredient in hand sanitizer and to increase the shelf life of vaccines and medicines. It is also a key ingredient in the production of fermented foods and drinking alcohol. In recent years, there has been interest in the use of purified ethanol as a biofuel through the process of natural materials like corn, sugarcane, and cellulose. Volatile, colorless liquid, 3 types based on alcohol concentration. Anhydrous ethanol is 99.5% volume or more. Ethanol, 95.1 to 96.9 volume percentage, and disinfectant alcohol at 76 to 81%. Disinfectant ethanol is used as a disinfectant to kill viruses such as novel diseases, while anhydrous alcohol is used for cleaning. Ethanol is present in alcoholic beverages, however, the consumption of disinfectant alcohol may result in symptoms of respiratory failure and shock. The severity of any poisoning symptoms is proportional to the concentration of the ethanol in the blood. Sounds like ethanol alone won't produce high temperatures, but it can be considered a catalyst. At this point, I think we can say that the ethanol is the most likely culprit. Let's put up a picture of the ethanol. Now the question is, why would the victim buy ethanol? So far, our investigation hasn't uncovered the reason why the victim bought the alcohol. Alright, maybe we should ask him for a second opinion. We can pay a visit in the morning, so let's call it a day and head over there. Then, make sure you don't oversleep. I think this is where the demo ended last time. Fuchu prison? Ooh. Harumicho, Fuchu, Tokyo, Ministry of Justice, Tokyo, Kyosei, Kyoku. Fuchu prison. The largest correctional facility in Japan. Inmates range from the criminally inclined in Category A to those in Category F who are foreign nationals. There are about 3,000 people incarcerated here. And it's the place where President EY of our EY detective agency has been imprisoned. We're here to ask him for advice. Time to pay a visit to Detective Kenji EY. Been a while. Hey. You two look well. So do you, sir. You look even better than when you were at the agency. Well, I do get 3 meals a day here. Plus, enough time for a nap. Like paradise.
徹夜でろくな食事もできずに張り込みしたり、泥や埃にまみれて迷い犬を探す必要もない。
I don't even need to go on an overnight stakeout with no food or search for lost dogs in the mud.
確かに探偵事務所よりはいい環境ですね。
It sure does sound better than the agency.
今日はどうした？無駄話をしたいために来たんじゃないだろう。
So, what brings you here? Not for idle chit-chat, I hope.
エタノールは一般にはエチルアルコールとも呼ばれるアルコールのことだ。
Ethanol is usually referred to as ethyl
エタ
alcohol.
ノールには無水エタノールや消毒用エタノールなどがあってアルコール濃度が異なる。
It comes in many concentrations, from anhydrous ethanol to weaker solutions more suitable for use as
こ
disinfectant.
のあたりは戸塚先生の方が詳しいと思う。
Dr. Totsuka probably knows more than I do.
被害者が焼死する直前に無水エタノールを購
You
入
said
し
the
ていたという
victim
話
bought
だ。
some anhydrous ethanol right before his death.
揮発性の高い無水エタノールの用途としては精密機器の掃除や
Its
プロのカビ取り
volatility
に用いられ
makes it useful for cleaning high precision instruments and even removing bathroom mold.
水で薄めることで消毒用エタノールとしても使用することができ
Can
る。
also be used as a disinfectant if diluted with water.
岩井さんの口から掃除とかカビ取りとかいう言葉が出ると思わなかったですけど、随分と詳しいですね。
I never thought I'd hear you talk about cleaning or mold, but you sure sound experienced.
お前たちが来るまで誰が岩井探偵事務所の掃除をしていたと思ってんだ。
Who do you think used to clean the agency office before you lot joined?
ああ、そういうことですか。
That makes sense.
実は無水エタノールはそれ以外にも使い道があってな。
Anhydrous ethanol actually has other uses as
何
well.
ですか？
Like what?
飲むんだよ。
You
酒
can
としてな。
drink it as a beverage.
それって
Hmm.
体に悪くないんですか？
It's not bad for you.
そのままじゃなく薄めれば飲むことは
You
可能
have to dilute it, but yes, you can drink it.
何よりエタノールは酒精とも呼ばれ、もともと酒の成分として含ま
Ethanol
れている。
was once known as aquavitae and is a normal component of alcoholic beverages.
なるほど。
ただ
Hmm.
普通の
However
酒と違って無水エタノールはアルコール度数が高い。
Anhydrous ethanol has a higher alcohol content than any
上飲
beverage.
していれば中毒症状が出ているだろ
You'd get alcohol
う。関係者の
poisoning
証言をもう一度確認してみるんだな。
if you drank it straight. Try checking the witness testimonies
わ
again.
かりました。
人体自然発火現象。人が突然燃え上がるという現象か。
Spontaneous human combustion. You mean the phenomenon where a human just bursts into
そう
flames?
です。超常
That's
的
the
な
one.
力が働いていると思いますか？
Do you think supernatural abilities are at work here?
そうとは言い切れない。
I wouldn't go that far.
そもそも人体自然発火現象には
There
様
are
々な
plenty
説
of
が。
possible explanations for
タ
SHC.
バコや体内のアルコールに引火した説、プラズマ説、衣類の素材による表面フラッシュ現象説。
Ignition could be caused by a cigarette or naturally occurring plasma, while clothing or even alcohol in the blood could serve as fuel.
複数の条件が重なって偶然発生した可能性も高い。つまり
There's even a high
科学
chance
的に証明できない現象で
several
はないとい
factors
う
were involved. It's not like there isn't a scientific explanation.
それじゃあ今回の被害者も
So our victim's death was just some sort of accident?
それを明らかにするのは俺じゃない。
Figuring that
お
out
前た
isn't
ちの
my
役
job.
目だ。
It's yours.
事件には必ず
Every
何ら
case
かの
has leads.
痕跡がある。たとえ一見しただけではわからない痕跡でも根気強く調査していくことで見えてきたりもする。
Even if you don't find them at first, you eventually will with enough patience.
諦めないことだ。
Don't give up.
俺のことはどうでもいいんだよ。
Forget
事
about
件の
me.
調査に集中しろ。
Just focus on the case.
異能教団の教祖である山野井を探し出して
If we can
教団
find
が行ってい
Yamanoi,
た実験や計画が証明できれば
the leader of the psychics cult, and obtain evidence of their experiments and
岩井
plot,
さんの冤罪を晴らすことができます。
we can prove that you were wrongfully convicted.
そうすればここから出てまた
Then
岩井探偵
you
事
could
務
get
所
out of here, and the EY detective
俺
agency
を
would.
ここから出そうとか考えないでいい。
Don't worry about getting me
今度
out.
は
What if you two end up getting arrested next? Yamanoi is still on the run, but his cult is gone. That's enough for me. But, Tomona, you need to move on. Not so bad in here. Enough for me to live out my life in peace. You're free to investigate cases with Yuika. Don't go doing it for me. All you should think about is uncovering the truth. That's what it means to be a detective. Understood. Hey, time's up. Alright. Thank you, sir. I'm glad we could talk. We'll head back to the office now. Jane, Tomona, I have one piece of advice for you. Perspective. Perspective? Right. Thank you. That's okay. If you change your perspective, you might see things that you didn't before. You might miss something important if you only look at things one way. Try changing your perspective if you're stuck. Do that, you might see connections you didn't before. We'll try that. Thank you. Throwing trophies at me. President Eli looked way better than I expected, but he's a detective, so I'm sure he has regrets. He lost to the psychics cult he was fighting and their founder, Katsushige Yamanoi. But we're still here. If we can uncover the cult's plan and reveal the existence of psychics, I'm sure we can prove the president was wrongfully convicted. We might find some clues that could lead us to the cult and the psychics by investigating unsolved cases. I'm sure these investigations will help us do that. No matter how difficult the case, we can't give up. The box on the shelf has articles about the psychics cult case that the EY Detective Agency was involved in. It would be good to reread them when you get the chance, so that we don't forget the past. Psychic cult case documents have been added to the shelf. I can only go into the evidence pool. Right. Perspective. Let's do what President EY said and try looking at the case from a different angle. We can read the testimonies that the police took from the people who knew the victim. The police took testimonies from people who knew Gichi Kuraki. They think they might have something useful? Let's start with the person who worked in the same department. I've already spoken to him, so... Okay, analysis mode. When you enter analysis mode, an eye-shaped cursor will appear. You can use this to find words that may be related to the case. Tomona will talk to you when analyzing words that change color when you place your cursor over them. Okay. He was stressed. It also says he was mild-mannered. I wonder what kind of project would put someone like that on edge. Make sure I don't miss anything. Large projects. Seems the victim did some pretty important work at the pharmaceutical company. I think we could say the victim's mild-mannered nature would make him unlikely to incur resentment. So the victim was mild-mannered and didn't really get angry. Accidentally taking his water bottle. It's strange that he would get angry over someone just taking his water bottle by accident. Was there some problem with other people touching it? I guess with a heavy workload, stress really does build up. Maybe that could have contributed to the victim's tragic end. I think we can say that the victim's mild-mannered nature would make him unlikely to incur resentment. The victim smelled of alcohol during work and he brought in a bottle containing some. Both of these facts point to the possibility that the victim was a regular drinker, and he drank so much that he would bring alcohol to work. It seems that the victim was quite fond of Miss Mieri. Based on this, I get the impression he was a dedicated patron of hers. I don't know how much of a pharmaceutical company pays, but would a regular employee make enough for all this? Seems like the victim was a dedicated patron. Hard to believe that someone who made plans would commit suicide the day before them. Not to mention, it was with a lady he favoured. It even says that he brought her a present. The victim made plans to meet this person on the day after his death.
Attendance was quite good. The victim was a diligent worker. That's true. Isn't it strange that he would die in such an unnatural way in his company's underground parking lot? Looks like the victim went to a hospital regularly for treatment. I feel bad looking into someone's private medical history, but this might give us clues about the truth behind the victim's death. Except we have no way of knowing which hospital he went to, and I doubt his company would tell us. Health insurance? I feel like I've seen that mentioned somewhere before, but where? I read the autopsy report. Right, the article, the interview on Psycho Pharmaceuticals mentioned health insurance. Let's read it over. The pandemic in Japan's economy. A new infectious disease outbreak took place in Tokyo in December 2019 and spread worldwide by 2020, dealing a major blow to the Japanese economy. Real GDP growth dropped to minus 5.2%, a record low post-war period. The primary factors were reduced consumer spending and private investment, with both reaching extreme lows of minus 5.6% and minus 5.7% respectively. At a momentous Federal Open Market Committee meeting in March 2020, the Bank of Japan announced the start of economic stimulus measures, such as restarting the zero interest rate policy for the first time since 2008, purchasing government bonds and agency mortgage-backed securities, providing loans to small and medium-sized businesses, and founding 13 facilities to purchase other local bonds. Despite these policies, however, Japan's economy suffered significant decline due to lower foreign demand and supply chain delays due to issues with production abroad. Ending the pandemic through the improvement of medical care to treat the infected, as well as the development of vaccines and new medicine, would be indispensable for the recovery of Japan's economy. Research into the virus and its symptoms has greatly progressed in recent years, and we have asked Kasen Mizuki, the president of the rapidly growing medical corporation Psycho Pharmaceuticals, for a comment. Improvement of comprehensive medical care. In order to restore Japan's former economic prosperity, I believe the healthcare industry must be able to provide the people with lives free of movement restrictions and risk of infection. In order to accomplish that, we aim to improve comprehensive medical care. Psycho Pharmaceuticals is largely divided into 3 divisions: medical care, drug administration, and social welfare. In addition to running general hospitals, our medical care division also focuses on facilities for long-term care, while our drug administration division directly supplies the medications that these facilities use, in addition to overseeing on-site clinical trials. This enables us to provide the patients in our care with the medication and treatment that they need. Finally, our social welfare division focuses on comprehensive healthcare insurance. There, this talks about health insurance. So Psycho doesn't just develop medication and run hospitals, they run their own health insurance program too. Employees and patients have an ID number, separate from their regular insurance number. By managing all our data using these ID numbers, we can effectively prioritize care. The article talks all about it. So they manage their employees and patients using these unique ID numbers. Doesn't that mean the victim's data is also recorded somewhere? You want to see the medical data for the victim, Mr. Giichi Kuraki? Right. Well, we never know where we might find clues related to spontaneous human combustion. The current Ministry of Health, Labour and Welfare's Data Health Plan policy promotes the digitization and analysis of policyholders' medical information in an effort to better manage health and prevent diseases. Among this, health insurance associations often take registered patients' medical and outpatient records and put them into one database to manage. I think Sanko uses the same approach. Does that mean if we can see that database, we can figure out what the victim was an outpatient for? Yes, that's right. One moment. I'll try hacking into the Health Insurance Association server. That's so illegal. It looks like all the data is compiled using a number and not by names. It might be a countermeasure against security breaches of personal information, but we won't be able to tell which one belongs to Giichi Kuraki like this. Think we could find it if we knew Mr. Kuraki's ID number, though. So we just have to find his ID number? We'll look for it. I have it already. Let me know when you find it. Let's see if anything of the victims or from the scene has his ID number. Thanks for the ID number. I'll try hacking into the Health Insurance Association server. The treatment data included a part about outpatient appointment history. I'll send it to you. He had regular appointments at Aono Mental Clinic and Uiri General Hospital. Wow. He still spent a lot of yen on treatment. So let's see. He went in psychosomatic medicine. Okay. Internal medicine, orthopedics, dentistry, psychosomatic, internal medicine, dentistry, internal medicine, psychomatic, internal, psychomatic, internal. He was charged a lot for internal medicine. And he was going twice a month. Let me know what catches your eye. Huh. Aono Mental Clinic. Aono Mental Clinic specializes in counseling. It has good reviews too. Counselors are very popular overseas. Many people visit them when they have a lot on their mind or aren't feeling well emotionally. It might be accurate to call them professional advisors instead of doctors. Maybe he was in some sort of rehab? Uiri? Uiri General Hospital specializes in internal medicine, like for the circulatory and digestive systems. It has some skilled doctors on staff, so it's very highly regarded. Is any... Huh? Okay. Oh, that's pretty. I like that. Thank you. I don't know why it's not. So he went there. He only went to Kinjo twice and Michael Orthopedic Clinic. Let's see as well if there's anything here. Nothing paid by the government. Nice. Thanks, babe. Doesn't say. Thank you, babe. You want to know why he visited Arno Mental Clinic? Their server probably has his record, so I'll send it. You want to know why he visited Uiri General Hospital? I'll send it. So let's go Arno. The hospital medical records might help us uncover the victim's cause of death. So, medical record. Gichi Kuraki, date of birth May the 10th, 1978. Address 52926 Ishikawa, Hinoshi, Tokyo. Name of illness, alcohol dependency. That's what I thought he might have been there for. Seems the victim was an alcoholic, but is that relevant to his cause of death? What's this drug? Nalmefene 50 milligrams. Patient informed? Yes. Treatment available? Yes. Primary symptoms? Hand tremors, sweating. Consider increasing dose to 20 milligrams of nalmefene if no improvement is seen. Okay. And where's he going? Over here. Oh. Is anything catching your eye? Oh my. Okay, so that's him. Outpatients. Date of onset. Name of illness. Ketone body metabolic disease. Huh? Ketone bodies? What are those? Okay, so what have we got here? Total protein. Symptoms. Abdominal pain. So he experienced abdominal pain and nausea. This could have been caused from stress at work. Stabbing pains in the hands and feet. What could cause a stabbing pain in the limbs? High blood alcohol concentration. If he had a high blood alcohol concentration, that means his body wasn't processing it. Abnormally high ketone body count. So he had a high ketone body count. Sweet and sour, fruity smell and breath. His breath smelled fruity. Why would that be the case? Consumes alcohol daily. It's no surprise that his health was affected from drinking every day. It was 1 to 2 packs a day. Jesus. There were cigarettes at the scene too. That must mean he was a heavy smoker. Regular prescriptions, insulin injections and glucose. So he was diabetic from the looks of things. Probably why he had fruity.
Ketone bodies are metabolic intermediates produced during the synthesis or decomposition of fats. If the body is lacking in carbohydrates, they are used as an alternative energy source. At normal levels, ketone bodies are not problematic, but they can cause issues if they build up. What kind of issues? Ketone bodies are acidic, so high concentrations in the blood can lead to symptoms of dehydration. Patients then drink water excessively as a result, but doing so results in stomach pain or nausea. In extreme cases, patients may even fall into a coma, and this is often life-threatening. I had no idea. The ketone body readings taken during Mr. Kuraki's exam certainly indicate an abnormality of some kind. A stabbing pain in the limbs can be from a variety of causes. For example, if a person's blood becomes too thick, oxygen and nutrients may not reach their extremities. This can cause peripheral neuropathy, which is often accompanied by tingling or prickling sensations. Oh, okay. Looking at his records, it appears that he drank and smoked quite heavily. That might explain these symptoms. His breath smelled sour and fruity. Now, that's interesting. His records indicated abnormally high ketone levels. So that sour, fruity smell in his breath was likely acetone. Acetone? Acetone is one type of ketone body, and if it was noticeable on his breath, that would indicate it had built up significantly within his body. Acetone is a ketone body, an intermediate that is produced during fat-related metabolic processes. If his ketone body levels were high, then his acetone concentration would have also been high. Ketone bodies are acidic, so high concentrations can cause the blood to become acidic as well. Symptoms include stomach pain and nausea. Extreme cases can even induce excuse me. Extreme cases can even induce a coma or result in death.
Sorry.
I don't know. Where did you put them?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
Are they in the couch like they were last time? I don't know where you've put them, darling. You need to get up, maybe, and have a look. So you're saying that's why Mr. Kuraki was receiving medical treatment? Thank you. But it's likely, but there's something else interesting about acetone. Experiments conducted overseas have shown that it can play a role in the combustion of animals. It what? In other words, metabolic abnormalities can cause the overproduction of highly flammable acetone, which in turn might lead to the possibility of abnormal combustion at high temperatures. I'll send you some information on acetone. Please give it a look. Acetone is a clear, colorless, water-soluble substance that is a... I'll check it in a second. Substance that is a byproduct of human metabolism. In manufacturing, it is synthesized during the dehydrogenation of isopropanol and the oxidation of cumene. It has a low flash point of -20 degrees Celsius, making it highly volatile at room temperature and classifying it as a water-soluble, Class 1 petroleum under Category 4 hazardous materials. As a result, it is often involved in accidents in locations where fire or static electricity commonly occur. While it is thought to be safe at low concentrations, it is poisonous at high concentrations, and caution is required in environments where it may be inhaled or placed in direct contact with skin. High acetone levels often occur when there is insufficient control of blood sugar levels. In particular, situations where the body is unable to use glucose for energy leads to increased fat metabolism and acetone production. If acetone and ketone body levels in the blood increases, it can result in symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, and changes in personality. Acetone levels may also rise when fasting or while following a low-carb diet. Observing the metabolism by monitoring acetone levels in the blood and urine can be used in diagnosis and treatment in treating health conditions.
Okay, now what? Oh, hang on. I should have been analyzing this, shouldn't I? Acetone is highly volatile, so it often causes accidents. That might be one reason as to why the victim burned to death. Let's use the evidence board to organize the information we have so far. The victim purchased ethanol before the incident and had very high acetone levels in his blood. That's 2 catalysts that could cause a person to burn away. Does that mean... ethanol and acetone. We need proof that these 2 substances could actually burn away a human body. But how do we get that proof? The bartender is an expert in medicine. Let's ask if he knows of a way. Ethanol and acetone combustion experiments. A colleague of mine from a university research lab once researched the causes behind fires. I recall the verification tests involved using pork soaked in acetone and ethanol. I should still have the recording. I'll send it to you. Acetone and ethanol, piranha solution. The video of the experiment does show things violently going up in flames in an instant, but it's still hard to believe a body would burn up just like that. Maybe there's another reason. This video shows that acetone and ethanol can cause violent combustion, but it's hard to believe a human body could burn up in so little time. There must be some other factor. You've got a point. A human body can't burn up with just acetone and ethanol. With enough time, however, it is certainly possible. When human body fat is melted by heat, it may be absorbed by clothing, much like a wick in a candle. The fat will function like the wax, creating steady, long-lasting combustion. It would follow that the parts of the body with low fat content, like the legs, would be left behind. Could that really happen? In this case, it appears acetone and ethanol had built up in the victim's body. That would likely increase the effects. I have some information for you. Please take a look. No. That's I thought that was it. Spontaneous human combustion. Numerous reports of human bodies spontaneously combusting have been made for hundreds of years. Most of them are consistent with the following circumstances. The body is completely burned and reduced to ashes. The body is burned, but the fire has not spread to surrounding furniture. Parts of both hands and feet are left behind. What is the cause of these mysterious incidents?
Is it a paranormal phenomenon that can't be explained by modern science? The wick effect is a phenomenon that causes a human body to burn slowly at a high temperature like a candle. It occurs when fat in the body acts as fuel, while fibers from clothing or other objects act like a wick. The experiments using pigs, which have a similar composition to humans, have shown that a body can be completely consumed due to this effect. However, there are various other conditions that must be met, such as the subject being obese, dependent on alcohol, or having overconsumed some other substances. If you come to a conclusion about the case, we can submit our report to Yuika. Was this case a murder or a suicide, or could it have been an accident? What caused this incident, and could supernatural abilities have been involved? Whatever conclusion we come to, the police will use our report to reinvestigate the case. So we need to be careful with what we submit. Take some time to reconfirm anything you're not sure about. After all, we're the only ones uncovering the truth behind these unsolved cases. Reports summarize your findings after investigating a case. Answer the questions in the report using relevant evidence to reveal the truth behind each incident. Once you answer all the questions, you can complete and submit the report. Let me know when you're done investigating and want to turn in the report. It's not the plastic bottle, it was what was in the plastic bottle. So what they're suggesting, I didn't see any paranormal. Spontaneous human... Isn't this the one? Yeah, spontaneous human combustion. I don't know if I got all the things right, but... The testimony. Health insurance. Hard to believe it's someone who may commit suicide. Report creation. That was quite intense for a report creation. Was the victim's death a suicide? Do you think it was a suicide? No. Right, it's hard to believe this could be a suicide based on the results of our investigation. Did the victim have any plans made for the days after his death? Even if the victim was under stress or had other mental issues, would that be enough reason to commit suicide, or could it be something else?
Did he say anything to his acquaintances? Where can we find clues about that? Meidi's testimony. Since he had plans to go somewhere he frequented the next day, it seems unlikely. Was it a homicide? No. Right, it's hard to believe this could be a murder based on the results of our investigation. Is there any that can shed light? He was a mild-mannered... Was he the type to attract resentment from others? Is there any evidence that shows his personality? Yes, one of the... Arya's one testimony? No. His does, and so does hers. Several people stated that the victim was mild-mannered and didn't have any conflicts with anyone. It doesn't seem like anyone would hold a grudge against him. The footage from the scene didn't show anyone other than the victim either, so I doubt it was a random attack. Was the victim's death an accident? Yes, I think it was an accident. Since the victim wasn't someone people would hold a grudge against, nobody else was at the scene, and he had plans to meet with someone the next day, it's safe to assume that it was an accident. What was the source of the fire? In order for something to burn, there had to have been a fire source. What do you think that was? I think he was the cigarettes. Right. Considering that this was left at the scene and the victim was a smoker, we can assume it caused the fire. Plus, he smoked it enough. It wasn't the lighter because he smoked it enough to flick a bit of the cigarette into the cigarette bin, as shown in the video, and then he combusted. Is there any evidence indicating the victim's health or other conditions? There has to be a reason behind why the victim's body caught fire and burnt so extremely. Did his constitution make him burn more easily? Do we have any evidence that shows his health condition? Yes, we have his medical records. This piece of evidence shows the condition of the victim's health. There's a high possibility some of the conditions recorded were contributed to the fire. The victim's dependence on a certain substance led to its buildup and caused spontaneous human combustion. What was it? There is a high probability that the combustion was caused by the buildup of a particular substance within the victim's body. Let's look into the possibility he was consuming something chronically. So that's what you've deduced. Maybe his Right. The victim had an accumulation of ethanol in his body due to a dependence on alcohol. What substance found in the victim's body showed abnormally high readings and contributed to ketones?
There's a high probability that the combustion was caused by the buildup of a particular substance within the victim's body. Do we have any documents showing abnormally high levels of certain substances in his body? I've already used that document, but we can do it again. Right, the victim had an accumulation of acetone in his body due to an abnormally high ketone body count. How was a high enough temperature maintained long enough to burn the... The victim's body had an accumulation of two substances which caused the extreme flames, but long-term exposure to high temperatures is needed to burn away bone. What do you think caused him to burn at such a high temperature for so long? That's reasoning feels weak to me, but let's continue with the report. Okay. Oh no, it was the wick effect. The wick effect. That has to be why the victim burned for such a long time. The combination of those two substances and his obesity caused this bizarre phenomenon to occur. We can prove that using the evidence from the scene. Should we send this to Yuika? The Ministry of Defense reported that a launch from a warship of unknown origin has come down outside Japan's exclusive economic zone. The Prime Minister has released a press report stating, "This is a matter of national security. We have requested an emergency assembly of the UN Security Council." Next, the police have made a new announcement regarding the death of the pharmaceutical employee in Shinjuku on September 4th. 45-year-old Mr. Giichi Kuraki was found burned to death in Sanko Pharmaceuticals' underground parking lot. After investigation of the scene and articles left behind by the deceased, police suspect that a lit cigarette or the lighter caused Mr. Kuraki's clothes to catch fire. Suicide has been ruled out since testimony states that the victim had plans to meet an acquaintance for a meal. In addition, he had favorable relationships with those around him, making homicide unlikely. Therefore, the police have ruled the death an accident and plan to close the investigation shortly. Police reports reveal two crucial factors in this unusual grisly death: an unnatural buildup of alcohol and acetone in excessive levels in the victim's body, which was then ignited by a lit cigarette, causing fire to spread at high heat. While it may be difficult to believe, similar cases from abroad indicate that this is the most likely cause. Medical providers are currently taking steps to prevent a repeat of such cases in the future. Next up is Greater Tokyo News. Due to an electricity shortage, JL East announced that the number of trains in operation will be decreased to comply with electricity-saving mandates. The decision follows a power demand warning issued by Tokyo Electric Holdings. Shinjuku, Tokyo, Shinjuku Central Park.
9 p.m. Eureka Lawrence Hijima. Thanks for the report. It really helped with the investigation.
この事件には私たちが追っているものの手がかりはなかったわね。
The case didn't give us any leads for what we're looking for, though.
行方不明の山野井の手がかりも、山野井が作り出したであろう異能力者の手がかりも。
I guess leads for the missing Yamanoi or the psychics we believe he created won't be easy to come by.
そうね。諦めずに調査を続けていくしかないわね。
All we can do is keep investigating and not give up.
いると思う。山野井たちはこの東京のどこかに。
Do you think they're out there? Is Yamanoi here in Tokyo somewhere?
この東京は人が隠れるには適した場所だ。
Tokyo is a perfect place for someone to
過去
hide.
を詮索されず、隣人が一日中部屋にこもり、顔や姿を見せないとしても、
People here don't pry into your past. You could stay shut up in your room 24/7 and no one would bat an eye.
犯罪者が近くに住んでいても気がつかないだろう。
Nobody would notice even if a criminal lived next door to them.
だが、生きている限り、痕跡を残さない人間はいない。
No living person can exist without leaving traces behind.
君たちなら、事件の中から必ずその痕跡を見つけ出すことができる。
Tomona, I'm sure you and Jane can find those traces.
私はそう信じている。
I just know it.
そうね。必ず見つけ
We'll
出
be
し
the
てみ
ones
せ
to
るわ。
find them. We have to. Somewhere in Shinjuku, Tokyo, 11 p.m.
これが依頼された資料です。
Here are the documents you requested.
入手ルートは信用できるんだろうな。
Can their source be
結
trusted?
構高くつきましたが、元異能教団の研究施設で働いていた人間から買い取りました。
They were bought off of a former employee from the psychic cult research facility. Cost quite a bit.
そうか。
Let's see.
人間とは愚かな生き物よ。
Humans are such foolish creatures.
猿から人へと進化した時代から、この世界で人間こそが頂点であり、
Ever since they evolved from apes, humans have been under the illusion that it is natural for them to be the top and that they are always in the right.
そう。その愚かさが遺伝子レベルで細胞に刻み込まれているんだよ。
And that foolishness is etched into their cells at the genetic level.
だからこそ油断をする。
That is why they remain careless.
だからこそ
That is why they remain failures.
身の程をわきまえずに逆らえば、ああいうことになる。
Is that not fitting for a creature that continues to struggle, unaware of its place?
バカめ。
Truly foolish.
世界は変わる。
The world will change.
新しい時代の支配者が誰になるのか。
I look forward to seeing who reigns supreme in the new age.
Got a trophy for perfect human combustion one. Right. You're still hungry? Still? What can I make you? A roll? What would you like on it? Butter. With jam? Apricot jam? Okay. Cool. Yeah, I got the email to say that they'll be on their way soon. Before I dive into the next case, I'm going to go and make myself some coffee as well. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry that took a bit longer. I had to make a second cup of tea because Madam decided she wanted a cup of tea after I'd brought myself a cup in. Right, okay, so we're done with that. We're going to save. That's so mean, Rael. Details. Evidence is present, reasoning is correct, evidence is present, evidence is present, evidence is present, evidence is present. Let's go on to the next one. Huh? Well, it's your last day. It's meant to be a chill day. It's not meant to be... The world has changed.
2019年12月に東京都で発生した未知のウイルスによる新型感染症は
What would you have liked to have done? No, I'm about to go back to work. I don't want to be doing absolutely anything. Right, the new unknown virus outbreak that began in Tokyo in December 2019.
感染者数の爆発的な増加による緊急事態宣言とロックダウンという未曾有の事態を日本にもたらした。
Not in the story, Rail. Stop interrupting. Caused a state of emergency due to skyrocketing infections and an unprecedented lockdown of the
日
capital.
本経済は急激に悪化し、失業率も過去最高の数字を示した。
Japan's economy abruptly crashed and unemployment hit record highs.
そして失業者の増加は潜在的犯罪者を犯罪行動へと駆り立てた。
This in turn drove those with latent criminal tendencies to commit actual
人
crime.
流や社会経済活動の抑制、外出制限などにより犯罪全体の認知件数は減少したものの、
Although awareness of crime decreased due to quarantine measures and various socio-economic
身
limitations.
代金要求型ランサムウェアやハッキング、ネットワークへの攻撃などサイバー犯罪は増加した。
Cybercrime involving ransomware and attacks against networks were on the
突
rise.
如発生した疫病により多くの人々の命が奪われただけでなく、
Who could have predicted that after the sudden pandemic stole so many lives,
犯罪者たちにより平穏な生活さえも奪われる時代が来ると
criminals would steal from us the very peace of society itself?
まるで神話に描かれた終末世界だ。
It was like an apocalypse known only in
こ
fiction.
のまま世界が終わるのではと誰もが思い始めた時、
But just when it seemed like the end was
日本
inevitable,
国内から差し伸べら
a
れ
savior appeared from
急
Japan.
逝した前総理大臣に代わり、新たな総理大臣が新型感染症への対策を打ち出したのである。
After the sudden death of the previous prime minister, the new one rolled out policies to combat the
そ
pandemic.
れは驚くほどの効果を上げ、ほどなくして猛威を振るっていた新型感染症は収束した。
These policies were shockingly effective, and the pandemic soon came to an end.
しかし、
However,
世界は変わっ
the
てしまっ
world
た。
had still changed.
新型感染症が生んだ犯罪者たちの犯罪が途絶えたわけではない。
The criminals created by the pandemic did not disappear with it.
確実に、そしてひそやかに、
And those changes, struggling just beneath the surface,
その変化は
are
私た
threatening
ち
to
の目
burst
の前へ
out.
と現れようとしていた。
Lid, pulled,
悪いんだ。
failed. Be right back, guys.
悪いんだ。
Society has failed.
くそ、
Damn it.
こんな世の中が悪いん
Society has
だ。
failed us.
全部こんな世の中が悪いんだ。
Failed us all.
見てろよ。
Watch me.
見てろ。
Watch me. Watch.
見てろよ。
Just watch me.
見てろ。
Get dressed if you don't want to wear those things, monkey. Get dressed. Get dressed if you don't want to wear that stuff. Shinjuku Central Park. What's the case this time?
昨日の原宿の事件、ニュースは見たか？
Did you see what happened in Harajuku on the news yesterday?
あのバラバラ死体が空から降ってきた事件。昨日からどの局もそのニュースで持ちきりよ。
You mean how body parts fell from the sky? Every channel was reporting on
死
it.
体を切断するだけでも常軌を逸しているのに、それを空から落とすとか異常としか言いようがないわ。
Even just dismembering a body would be considered crazy, not to mention dropping the parts from the sky.
全くだ。世間では
Exactly.
新型感染症が収束して日常が戻ったとか言っているが、犯罪
Life
は増える一方だ。
may have returned to normal now that the pandemic is over, but crime is still on the rise.
もしかして次に調査する事件って
Does that mean this is our next case?
原宿の事件が超常的な事件だと思うの？
You think the Harajuku case involves the
それ
supernatural?
はまだわからない。
I don't know yet.
ただ、
But
これは警察の捜査関係者にも出回っていない一部の上層部しか知らない情報なんだが。
what I'm about to tell you wasn't released to investigators. Only the top brass know.
DNA 鑑定の結果、バラバラ死体の身元が異能教団の教祖山井一茂のものだと判明した。
DNA testing concluded that the body parts belonged to the founder of the psychic cult, Kazushige Yamanoi. What?
山井は異能教団事件で収監される予定だったが、護送中に行方不明となった。
Yamanoi should have been sent to prison for the psychic cult case, but he disappeared during the transport.
奴は異能教団という組織を使って民間人を誘拐拉致し、違法な人体実験を繰り返して。
He used the psychic cult as a means to kidnap people for his illegal
異能
experiments.
力を持った人間、つまり異能力者を作り出そうとしていた
In
強
an
人
attempt to create people with supernatural powers, psychics. He's a
そ
madman.
の実験のせいで亡くなった人の数は1人や2人ではない。
And more than a few people lost their lives to those experiments.
死んで当然といえば当然な人間だが、問題は誰に、なぜ殺されたのか。
Obviously, him being dead is good riddance. We still need to know who killed him and why.
以前から異能教団との癒着が報じられている官僚や警察が口封じのために殺したとか。
He reportedly had friends in the police and the government. Was he silenced by one of them?
口封じであれば、原宿の上空から死体をばらまくような派手なことはしないだろう。
If that were the case, his body parts wouldn't be scattered all over Harajuku.
極秘に誰にも知られないように始末するはずだ。
They'd have finished him off in absolute secrecy.
となると犯人は山野井に恨みを持った人物か、山野井に深い関係のある人物の可能性があるわね。
Which means the culprit could be someone with a grudge against Yamanoi, or who was close to him.
そういうことだ。
Exactly.
山野井によって命を奪われた被害者の家族か、山野井に騙されていたと気づいた元異能教団の信者か。
It could be a relative of one of his victims, or a believer who came to their senses and wanted revenge.
あるいは山野井に作り出され
Or
た
maybe one of the
異能力者
psychics he created
が
had
何らか
reason
の
to
理
kill
由
him.
で殺害した。
警察より先に犯人の居場所を特定する必要があるわね。
So we have to find the culprit's location before the
日
police.
本の警察は優秀だ。いずれ犯人にたどり着くだろう。
Japan has great officers. They'll figure it out eventually.
わかったわ。事件の資料をいつもの方法で事務所に送って。
Understood. Send us the case files the usual way.
1時間後には届ける。
You'll get them in an hour.
何か手がかりがわかったら
I'll
連
let
絡す
you know
る
if we
わ。
find any clues. Cannot possibly catch me. Divine punishment shall befall you.
山野井は
There is
異能
evidence
教
that
団な
Yamanoi
る団体
organized
を
a
組
cult
織
around
し、
psychics and took
非
part
人
in
道
human
的、
legal
反社
activities.
会的な活動をしていた形跡があります。
この件の捜査
I
を引き継
understand
ぎ
your
たいという
proposal in
君の
wanting
申
to
し
take
出
up
は
this
分かった。
investigation.
いいだろう。
Fine then.
本
Pick it up where it
捜
left
査を引
off.
き継ぐといい。
Behold this life form that is smaller than even 1 micrometer. The bacteria we call prokaryotes have unknown potential. Hey, look, kitten cat. Oh, did you just wake up? I'm back. I met with Yuika. Were you napping on the couch again? You don't look so good. Come on, get up. We have a new case to investigate. The waiter will be here soon with the package. Right on time as usual. Investigation materials package obtained. Autopsy report obtained. Map of the surrounding area obtained. Statements from witnesses obtained. Set of security camera videos and other footage from the crime scene at the time of the incident obtained. Newspaper articles of the incident obtained. Were they dumped from an aircraft? To be confirmed by the police and relevant authorities. Dismembered body parts dumped in Harajuku. No leads on the culprit. Dismemberment case in the metropolitan area. Body is severely damaged. Possible connection to gang violence. Harajuku remains in disarray. Dumping of dismembered body parts. Rain of fish and frogs have been reported overseas. Possible causes include tornadoes or birds. Case of Fafrotsky's. Rain of strange objects. Tokyo Fafrotsky's. the hell is a Fafrotsky? Let's put the information about the case on the evidence board.
E?
This case is about severed body parts falling from the sky. The crime scene is an intersection in Jingumai, Harajuku in Shibuya. At around 7 p.m., severed body parts from a human corpse fell from the sky at the intersection. The police took statements from witnesses at the scene. Apparently, the body parts came out of nowhere and caused a lot of panic at the scene. According to the autopsy, the mutilated corpse belonged to an adult male in his 70s. The body was cut into 14 pieces, seemingly with a saw, and only the head is still missing. The total weight of the body parts recovered was 50.6 kilograms. According to the weight ratio in the report, the head should be 8% of the total body's weight. So if we add the weight of the head, the total body weight should be 55 kilos in total. The official statement says the body has yet to be identified, but according to Ika, it belongs to Kazushige Yamanoi, who is currently missing. We must determine not only why the body parts fell from the sky, but also who killed Yamanoi and for what purpose. We'll start by thinking about why the body parts fell from the sky. Let's begin our investigation. We'll investigate using our analysis equipment and the dark web as usual. But we can also go outside to take a breather. Neither the police nor the agency know we're working on these cases, so we have to keep a low profile and we can't meet up with our colleagues too often. But I still think we should pay them the occasional visit. It'd be weird if we never saw each other, right? About going outside. You can use the door to go outside during investigations. The map will be displayed when you select the door and you can choose a destination. The available destinations change with each case and update as your investigation progresses. Anyway, let's begin our investigation. We can start by checking the security footage from the scene. Can't I? I can't do anything. We have footage from a security camera installed on a pedestrian bridge at the Harajuku intersection. A witness's smartphone video and footage from a security camera in a nearby cafe that caught the incident. Which should we review first? Go in order. I don't see anything in the sky that looks like it could have dropped.
Mite.
It's a clear shot of the body parts lying on the ground. They were pretty brave to film this amidst all the panic. This shows us what it was like at the scene. Let's review some of the other footage. Body parts came from falling down from the sky. Just walked right past, didn't even see anything. Neither did she.
Person noticed the body parts too. There's someone standing still further back. Do you think they took the smartphone video? Yeah, that's the guy that took the smartphone video. No one's called the police or anything yet. Some people in the footage keep walking without noticing, but how many? The fact that this didn't cause a widespread panic is some consolation. Security camera on the pedestrian bridge shows the moment that the body parts fell to the ground, but we can't be sure how it happened from the footage alone. This footage confirms that severed body parts did in fact fall from the sky. Let's review some other footage. It's not that bad. Well, let's try Cafe Minneapolis. Looks like that passerby noticed the body parts. That's quite the reaction. That person turned around to get another look.
そうね。
That person's clearly avoiding it. Just panicking is to be expected. So far, none of the witnesses or anything else in the footage seems suspicious. That's all the footage we have. Aside from the body parts falling from the sky, there doesn't seem to be any suspicious people or objects. The crime scene is a wide open intersection with no apartments or high rises nearby. Where on earth did they come from? A phenomenon where body parts fall from the sky? Sorry, I've never heard of anything like that. Are there any similar phenomena? It doesn't have anything to do with body parts, but a phenomenon where fish and frogs fall from the sky has been observed in many parts of the world. What kind of phenomenon is that? It's called Fafotskis, otherwise known as rain of animals. The true cause is a mystery, but theories include tornadoes carrying the objects over from far away, or that they are dropped by aircraft or birds. There was an incident where fish rained down in Singapore in February 1861, and another where frogs rained down in America in July 1901. I'll send you some more information.
どう思う?
Which of these possible causes do you think could be behind this incident? Fafrotsky. A phenomenon reported around the world since ancient times in which fish, frogs, and other small objects that one would not expect to fall from the sky suddenly fall in large numbers. Fafrotsky is a term coined by Ivan Sanderson, a famous paranormal researcher, as an abbreviation for Fafrotskys. Falls from the skies. There are many theories as to how Fafrotskys occurs, but none are conclusive, and the cause is still considered a mystery. Bird theory. I can imagine the parts being dropped by birds, but could they really carry something so heavy? I don't think so. A theory that birds may have released captured prey in mid-air for some reason. This hypothesis came about as birds are often seen flying after capturing their prey, but then in such a lot as well. Tornado theory. There's a theory that they were dropped by a tornado. Certainly sounds possible. Let's see if there was a tornado in Harajuku on the day of the incident. A theory that tornadoes may be raining down water from lakes and rivers because of the large amount of fish and other objects falling at once. Aircraft theory. It's plausible that the parts could have been dropped by an aircraft. Let's see if there were any aircraft flying over Harajuku on the day of the incident. The theory that this gained the most attraction in recent years because of the large number of aircraft that frequently fly overhead in modern society. And then, of course, illusion theory. This theory seems plausible if a lot of animals like frogs were to suddenly appear, but our case involves body parts falling from the sky that can't be passed off as an illusion. A theory that people see a mass outbreak of frogs or other animals and misconstrue that as them falling from the sky. Although no one has ever actually witnessed frogs and other animals falling from the sky, there have been many reports of it, and so this theory has emerged. And then the UFO theory. It would be interesting if a UFO was behind it, but I think there would have been more of an uproar if a UFO appeared over Harajuku. a theory that UFOs may have scattered objects excuse me, while in flight or from space. Body parts being dropped by birds? I'll look into it. There are no records of birds dropping body parts, but they are known to carry other birds or small animals. There have been sightings of crows carrying things in the city as well. I'll send you some information about crows, so take a look. Could the body parts been dropped by a tornado? I'll look into whether there was any tornadoes on the day of the incident. Hang on a second. Aircraft flight data from the crime scene? Sure, I'll send it over to you now. Did birds drop body parts? Large-billed crows are the ones you see around the city. Common name, large-billed crow. Scientific name, Corvus macro-rhynchos. A species of bird classified in the genus Corvus, family Corvidae, order Passerformes, that is distributed throughout eastern Eurasia. In Japan, where it is a non-migratory bird, it is widely distributed throughout the country from the lowlands to the mountains, with the exception of the Ogasawara Islands. Large-billed crows. Appearance total, that's their wingspan. They are medium-sized wild birds with males and females sharing the same shiny black coloration. Beaks that are thicker and more curved than those of a similar species and rounder foreheads. Widely distributed throughout Japan, with large numbers found in urban and suburban areas. In the wild, they are found in a variety of habitats, including rural villages, woodlands near urban areas, forests, and high mountains. While carrion crows, a similar species, often walk on the ground and even eat food off the ground, large-billed crows do not often walk on the ground and tend to carry their food to a higher place before eating it. Damage to garbage and countermeasures. Many communities are troubled by the damage caused by littering, as they scavenge for food and food scraps, and countermeasures are being taken. However, they are highly intelligent, and countermeasures that are thought to be effective often lose their effectiveness over time. They are also very strong, capable of lifting about 1.5 times their weight. Still not a lot. Large-billed crows can certainly carry items heavier than their own body weight. If a large-billed crow weighed around 550 to 750 grams, they could probably carry around a kg. According to the autopsy report, even the upper arm, which was the lightest body part, weighed 2.2 kilograms. I don't think a crow could carry that much. It could be possible to carry heavier objects using lifts and updrafts created by airflow, but there would still be a limit to that. I'll send you some more information in a bit. Thanks, but even if that was the case, it would require a whole flock of crows, carrying several body parts and dropping them all at the same time in the same place. That seems highly unlikely. Yes, exactly. And can easily break through protective netting. However, while crows have better eyesight than humans and can recognize ultraviolet rays in addition to red, green, blue wavelengths of light, ultraviolet rays play an important role in identifying objects. Thus, if ultraviolet rays are cut off, they cannot identify objects, which in turn prevents damage. In recent years, an increased number of municipalities have adopted yellow trash bags that block ultraviolet light, leading people to mistakenly believe that yellow is the color that crows hate. This explains how aircraft fly, but not how a bird could lift something over 50 kilos.
No, it's in front of me. It's in front of me.
Let's see if there was a tornado in the area. The area around Harajuku showed wind speeds up to 20 meters per second in some areas. Didn't look particularly.
Whoa. Guys, there's also a secret text. What is that?
But those wind speeds aren't conducive to a tornado. A tornado seems out of the question. No tornado. I wouldn't say crows either. This shows the flight route for airliners on the day of the incident. There were no flights either. It doesn't look like there were any flying over Shibuya where Harajuku is, or any surrounding wards. We've looked into various explanations for how the body parts could have fallen from the sky, but none seem right. But those are all the theories there are behind far-front skies. Nope, can't think of anything. You want to go outside for a bit? Maybe the fresh air will help us think. Ugh. Well, I can't change. Got no choice. Shinjuku Central Park. The breeze feels nice. You lose track of the time and seasons when you're always underground. Park is like an oasis among all these buildings. How about we sit on that bench? Can't believe it. Yamanoi is really dead. What he did was unforgivable. I always thought I'd be the one to catch him and bring him to justice. I thought if we investigated these unsolved cases, they would lead us to Yamanoi. Or two clues about the psychics created by his cult. You thought so too, right? Of course.
Yamanoiが死んだと分かった瞬間、私は驚いたと同時に悔しかったの。
When I found out Yamanoi was dead, I was shocked but also frustrated.
私がこの手で捕まえたかった。
I wanted to be the one to catch him.
そして罪を懺悔させ、法廷で裁かれる姿が見たかった。
I wanted to make him repent for his crimes and bring him to justice. All the anger and hatred I had for him was what motivated me. I can't believe things just ended like this. But even if Yamanoi is dead, the psychics his cult created are still out there. Not to mention whoever killed him. Somebody has to solve this case. Looks like
務所に戻りましょう。
Looks like it might rain soon. Let's head back to the office.
諦めずに調査を続けていけば、バラバラ死体事件の手がかりもきっと見つかるわ。
As long as we don't give up, we'll find some clues about this dismemberment case. I'm sure of it.
すごい風ね。ビルの谷間だからかしら。
That was a strong gust. Must be because we're between these buildings. My balloon. My balloon's flying away. Balloons.
あれは
Wait.
風船が雲
Look at how the clouds are hiding that balloon.
雲よ。
Clouds.
雲だわ。
It's the clouds.
事件当日。
It was cloudy in Harajuku on the day of the incident. Cloudy in Harajuku on the day of the incident.
目撃者の証言にも今にも雨が降りそうだったと書かれていたはずよ。
Some of the witness testimonies even noted how it looked like it might rain at any moment.
私たちは重要な証拠を見落としていたかもしれないわ。
We might have overlooked some important pieces of evidence.
急いで事務所に戻りましょう。
Let's hurry back to the office. Why Yamanoi's mutilated body fell from the sky. Let's check the footage of the sky again, and more carefully this time. If my theory is correct, there should be something there. Oh, I can actually move around now. Oh, wow. This is new. Hello? Hey, kitten cat. Hello? So I just want to go to the Psychic's cult case. I just want to see Psychic's case of the past. High school student found dead on school grounds. Fifth incident this year. No clues regarding the culprit. The truth behind the psychic's cult. The government's affair with founder Kazushige Yamanoi. Inside the mysterious underground cult. A cult from IRL to online. Government in shock. Family denies possibility of suicide. Police officer commits suicide. Or did he? Exposing the dark web. Suspected involvement in Tokyo disappearances. Distribution of illegal drugs under shell company. University hospital raided. Possibility of organized crime. Fugitive Iwai arrested as key suspect. Lone perpetrator of large-scale terrorism plot. Supplementary indictment for kidnapping and murder. Police chief cited at gathering. Cult in collusion with police. Critical mistrust of leadership. Right, that's that. Tin of cat food. Cat caretaker 1. Aww, I can feed the cat. Huh. Look at the cat. Look at the iPod holder. That's really cute. That's quite nice. Well, it doesn't keep playing the background music, so... Okay, so what are we doing? What have we got here? Autopsy report. Name, age, occupation. Okay. On October 10th, 2020, under the directive, blah 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 blah, yada yada yada. Total weight of unidentified body parts is about 50.6 male, medium build, in his 70s. We know that the body belongs to Yamanoi from the information I got from Yuika, but the head hasn't been recovered yet, and the DNA results haven't been shared with investigators. So the report only has information that could be determined from examining the body parts. Harajuku Station intersection. Upper and lower torso, right and left arms, right and left legs. Severed head not found. Accompanying articles, none. Name of residence, Tokumura Shirayama, Saitama. Unknown cause of death. Wounds are believed to have been made by a saw. From the cuts on the corpse, they seem to know that a saw was used to dismember the body. Why did they cut up the body? Was it a personal grudge, or just to make it easy to transport? It's impossible to tell from the evidence we have. DNA analysis was performed, but no identification was made. It seems those on the scene were told that DNA testing didn't help identify the victim. I suppose it wouldn't be good for optics if a criminal who went missing during the transport turned up dead. So the whole damn torso pitched up. Witness statement 1. I was walking along a pedestrian bridge when suddenly someone's arm or something fell in front of me and I ended up running away.
I was curious if it was real, so I came back to check it out, but I didn't see anything in particular. Witness statement 2. I was walking along the pedestrian bridge as usual, and I was shocked to see someone's arm fall in front of me. I felt nauseous after seeing it, so I hurried across the pedestrian bridge and sat on the stairs until the nausea subsided. I didn't see anything suspicious or strange in particular. I was passing by a pedestrian bridge when I heard a loud noise as if something had been slammed against it, so I went to look. I heard the sound and looked up at the sky, but did not see anything else. Just some clouds that made it look like it might rain. Witness statement number 4. There was a commotion going on, so I came to see what was happening. I heard about a phenomenon where things rain down that don't normally, like tornadoes and birds picking things up and dropping them. Questioning ended as it didn't appear to be a direct eyewitness report. Right, let's look at the footage one more time.
I died, so like.
Sky is dark, so it's hard to see. Is there a way to make it brighter? You want to increase the brightness of the footage viewed on the equipment? Yeah, part of the footage is too dark to see. I'll add a function to adjust brightness to the analysis tool then. If you use it, you can make dark footage appear brighter. I'll update it, so give me a minute. Thanks, it'll really help. Let's check that footage one more time. Try adjusting the brightness. You can adjust the brightness of footage and images you're analyzing with the right. Look, there's something in the clouds. Take a screenshot so we can look into it. Mysterious shadow. Whatever this is should be a key lead to what dropped the mutilated corpse. Let's add it to the evidence board for now. Next, let's figure out what this thing is. Let's post this photo to a thread and ask our colleagues about it. I tried enhancing the image you sent, and I think it looks like a drone. By drone, do you mean those flying devices that are like remote control toys? Right. You need permission from the Tokyo Civil Aviation Bureau to fly a drone, but densely populated areas are often designated as no-fly zones. It's strange that a drone would be flying over such a crowded place like Harajuku. I'll send you more information on drones. Be right back, guys. Sorry guys, I know I've got an AFK for a while. I just got some important post. Excuse me. In the mail. Sorry, I'm just eating a toffee as well. I'm going to pause the stream for a bit because, or actually, I might call the stream here because I'm expecting some guests for a bit. So give me about an hour or so, and I'll be right back. Okay. So be right back. Bear with, and I'll see you in a bit. Like I said, give me about an hour.